Good morning. I, before we get going, I'd like to mention that we will be having hearings 2 days a week, probably for as long as we can manage. The House will be meeting in session pretty much every Thursday in February, except for the last week, which is vacation week. And next week, we will be meeting on Wednesday and Thursday, unless the speaker schedules a session, in which case it will be on Friday. Sorry about that, but we've got a dozen early bills we have to hear. So I'd rather face up to it and schedule the hearings as soon as possible. All right. And I'd like to welcome Representative Dolan, who has been unable to attend our previous meetings, and open the hearing for House Bill 355 and call Representative Gallagher. And if you would put in a pink card, Representative Gallagher, after the end of your testimony, please.
So, hi, I'm Eric Gallagher, representing Merrimack County District 20, which is Concord Ward 6. So I am here to introduce House Bill 355, establishing a committee to study the sharing of data between state and federal public housing agencies. Yeah, if you tend to get in political debates often, which most of us as legislators, I'm assuming, do, one phrase that you might hear people say is, well, if you don't like it, then leave. So the thing about that, though, is that it's actually rather hard to do that for certain people. For example, those living in public housing. So if someone in public housing wants to move, they can't just transfer their data and move. They have to restart the application process from the beginning again. So I actually put in a research request about this to OLS, and they did get back to me. I think it was, yeah, I got some responses from, I think it was Jack Ruderman, who mentioned about some of the ways that data sharing already happens between state and federal housing agencies. So yeah, they weren't able to turn those research results into an actual bill, unfortunately. So instead, it's become a study committee, so we can find out more details about how to turn it into actual legislation. So yeah, I think this would be helpful for housing, to help streamline the application process, so that way people can get in more easily and can do voting to live where they want to and feel most comfortable. And yeah, because Concord, for example, the Concord Housing Authority closed applications just because it was so far behind on them. So I think having some data portability to help reduce the amount of retyping the same information every time would help things go more smoothly. So that's why I've proposed this bill, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Lekis?
Thank you. So are you worried about data sharing between different housing authorities within the state of New Hampshire mainly, or is it interstate? What are you getting?
Or well, both. I would like the study committee to look at both of those.
Okay, follow up.
Follow up?
So there is actually a problem between housing authorities within the state. They each have their own system and everything. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would like the study committee to look at that as well.
All right, thank you.
Representative Bailey?
Thank you, Chairman. Do you see any potential conflict in the sharing the information with the feds and our state privacy amendment?
Well, as this is a study committee, I think that is something that it could figure out is if any such conflict exists. I mean, I was thinking if we do set up something like this that, you know, the people could choose to take part in it or not. You know, just add another checkbox, but again, that would be something for the study committee to figure out.
Representative Abear and Representative Grota?
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. My question is, what kind of data gets moved from the state level to the federal level?
Well, there's all sorts of whether you're receiving funding through HUD or not. So like the Concord Housing Authority, for example, it's a local agency, but it's also HUD Housing, and then HUD is a federal agency. And you have to do all these sorts of redetermination paperworks to see if you qualify for it or not. So, and yeah, that goes to both the Concord Housing Authority and to the federal government for determining for HUD purposes. So this would help clarify who gets what from that process.
Thank you. Follow on?
Follow up?
Follow up? You stated that this is a local plus a state plus a federal. Who would share the tax burden of sharing data, especially if software systems are separate?
Well, yes, as a study committee, that would be within the domain of things for the study committee to figure out. Yeah, you know, that's why it is just a study committee, is because we don't have all those answers yet.
Thank you. Representative Grota, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. Representative Gallagher, what kind of organizations you see would testify before this committee, and could they have been part of the original? I guess this is a question for anyone at this table. Could a member of one of those committees have been a member of this committee?
So yeah, well, so I was thinking local housing authorities, and yeah, so it's So yeah, there's two separate parts. So there's members of the committee and then who comes and testifies before it. So yeah, the members are legislators, and then it says appointed by the speaker. So yeah, he could pick them from this committee. And then for people who would come and testify before it, I would be thinking people from housing agencies like Concord Housing, for instance. And then, yeah, when I asked OLS to do a research request about this, the people that they reached out to. So, yeah, I forget the exact department that Jack Ruderman is the head of, but I can find that in my email and forward that to all of you. And it might then like the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, and like the one that Ben Frost is with, and also New Hampshire does have its own HUD office in Manchester. I emailed them about this, but they seem to think I actually wanted to get in touch with the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, so there's a little bit of confusion there as well about whose responsibility which pieces of data are. So yeah, I would think that they would come before the committee as witnesses as well.
Follow up.
Are there, when you were preparing your testimony, did you ask support from any of these other organizations to come and testify before the committee?
Not to come and testify here specifically. Mostly, I just asked them for information about how the current system works, and yeah, when it turned out that the current information that I got from them wasn't enough, then that's when it turned into a study committee to see if like maybe other members would have better questions for them on how to turn this into actual legislation.
Thank you. Representative O'Brien, then Dolan, then Aber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Grote asked and had my question answered. Thank you.
Oh, how convenient. Representative Dolan?
Yes, thank you, Madam Madam Chair. Representative Gallagher, the way this proposed law is written up, are you aware of and are you okay with the fact that this will sunset this coming November and finish up with a final report?
That seems like a reasonable time frame to me. Were you thinking that's too short or too long?
No, I just want to make sure that as a sponsor of the legislation that you weren't caught by surprise by that date.
Yeah, I think November 1st is a reasonable due date, but if if this committee would like to change it, I would be open to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Aber, you had another question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Gallagher, did you seek any co-sponsors on this bill, or did you ask co-sponsors and not have any? Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think this was one of the bills that I sought co-sponsors on. Yeah, I'm on a lot of bills this term, so it's
Thank
hard to keep some of them straight sometimes, but
you. All right, other questions for the representative? Thank you very much, Representative Gallagher. Jack Rutterman?
good. Maybe he can answer some of the questions that I couldn't.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, committee members. My name is Jack Ruderman. I'm with New Hampshire Housing, also known as New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority. I serve as the manager for public affairs. We were contacted by Representative Gallagher and or indirectly through Office of Legislative Services at some point. And we don't really have a position on the bill, but two things that I wanted to make clear to the committee are, number one, we're not a state agency in the conventional sense of the word. We're a state authority, so we're quasi-governmental. And secondly, we're not a public housing authority. So we help promote, support, and finance affordable housing development around the state, but we don't actually serve as the state's public housing authority, or we're not in the same league with, let's say, the Portsmouth Housing Authority or the Concord Housing Authority. So I just wanted to make those clarifications, but I'm certainly sympathetic to Representative Gallagher's concerns, and we are not opposing this bill, and to the extent that we can be helpful, we'd be happy to stay involved should the committee wish to establish a study commission. Thank you.
Are there questions? Yes, Representative Gould?
Hi, can you tell me how many staff you have in your department?
We have roughly 140 people.
And do you
Follow up?
follow up? Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you accumulate data on housing issues, homelessness?
Yes, we do, and we do manage the state's Housing Choice Voucher Program, or Section 8 program, as it's commonly known. So we have data on the folks who are participants in that program, but we don't have data. If someone said, "Could you please take a look at resident X's data because we want to share that data with another authority," we wouldn't have the information.
Okay, thank you. Representative O'Brien?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Rudderman, for taking my question. I understand your New Hampshire Housing has no position on it, and I don't mean to put you on the spot. But the thing is, in looking at this, was it ever a discussion of a cost-benefit analysis? Do you see a need for this, or is it, I just don't want to create another level of bureaucracy if not needed. So if you can, I know your position of no position, but could you explain further?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Because we're not a housing authority, and I'm not trying to dodge your question, but because we're not a housing authority and we don't have that data, I don't know what it would take to actually make that data transportable. But if there is to be a study committee, then I think the folks who manage, the 6 or 7 regional public housing authorities in the state could speak to that. And I'm sorry, but I just don't know whether that's a simple thing to do with an application to upload it from one agency to another, or whether it would be complicated.
Thank you. Other questions? Oh, yes, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morning, sir. In the healthcare field, I'm the chairman of the Stratford County delegation, okay? So we had a situation several years ago where we also tried to streamline things, because one of the things that we discovered, and I'm sure you deal with something similar yourself, somebody comes in, they have to go through all the paperwork, name, address, social security number in some cases. and so forth, over and over and over again. It's the same data for the individual everywhere he or she goes, right? So the idea that you have to repeat it over and over again, and that the agency also has to have the same stuff that some other agency doing the same kind of work would have, would it not be a facilitation of both sides to have data sharing capability? And I'm sure to some degree they're already doing it, but that's the purpose of the study committee, as I see it, is to save this. You go out of you go in the door of this institution, you come back out, you go in another silo, come back out, you go in another silo, over and over again. For one thing, one of the things we discovered was that it's very psychologically enervating to have to do that, and it's also a waste of time, I believe. So you're not taking a position, but you do see that this would, study of the data sharing could be useful.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Ruderman.
Thank you.
Bill 355. All right, seeing none, I will close the hearing.
If you want to open up the executive session, I'd like to present the committee with a motion.
All right, without objection, we'll go into executive session. Representative Groda,
Thank you. I'm going to recommend ITL for House Bill 355.
is there a second? Representative True was first, that I saw at least. Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
I would, thank you, Chair McGuire. Although I see that this is an interesting topic and needed information, because we have an Affordable Housing Commission going on now, and it seems to me that there are so many independent organizations that would be involved with this, and it would be a voluntary program ultimately. I think that the study commission is premature, and I also don't think that the November deadline would be adequate considering the effort that it would take to get this done. That's my concern with the bill, and I don't necessarily like to present motions prematurely, but I think that in this case, it's appropriate.
Thank you. Representative True, do you wish to speak to your second? No? All right. Is there any other comments, questions? Okay. Seeing none, the motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 355 by Representative Groda, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Chairman, I'm sorry, Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santonastasso.
Yes.
Representative True.
Yes.
Representative Dolan.
Yes.
Representative Abear.
Yes.
Representative Gerhard.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt. But not here. Okay.
I'm just double checking. I thought it was okay. Quite okay. I get confused with Representative Smith in the Stratford County all the time. I vote yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Davis. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
And the chair. With the vote to 18-0.
All
It's
right,
18
with the
yeas.
motion to 18-0, the motion passes. Is there any objection to consent? All right, seeing none, Thank you, Representative Grote. I'd like a committee report by Tuesday at the very latest, and the sooner the better.
I think I owe you several, and I'll be sure to get them done.
And we have 1 minute before 391. Yes, sir? House Bill what? Sounds like an error somewhere. Let me look at my master list and I will confirm.
It might not be on here, but it's in the calendar?
All right, it's 10:30 and I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 391. And Representative Murphy, if you could give us a pink card when you're through testifying, I'd appreciate it. What? Oh, you have to first, I asked you to submit a pink card when you're through with your testimony, and be sure and turn your microphone on and speak into it. It's not on yet. There you go.
The red lights would say, oh, I hear me. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and esteemed members of the committee. I'm Nancy Murphy, representing Hillsborough 12, the town of Merrimack. I come before you this morning to introduce HB 391, which has been filed to amend current RSA 126A:76. I have some handouts with that statute included, which, if I could,
Please.
hand out, thank you. Okay, the genesis of the RSA was Rep. Mark Pearson's 2018 HB 1356 when he was chair of the Commission on Environmentally Triggered Chronic Illness. Along with a few other requirements, this statute necessitates that DES and DHHS establish and implement a data sharing protocol regarding certain health and environmental information collected by the agencies. That DES and DHHS have an updated memorandum of agreement on cooperation regarding data sharing between the agencies. A joint standard operating procedure on how data layers can be shared between the two departments must be in place to enable the agencies to collaboratively identify linkages between environmental contaminants and health outcomes, and a semi-annual report shall be submitted regarding the data sharing practices required under this statute to the Speaker of the House, the Senate President, the State Library, and the Commission to Study Environmentally Triggered Chronic Illness. I think it's important to note here that when we reference the sharing of health data, the statute specifically states that only non-protected health information or aggregated data shall be made available where it is pertinent to the matter being addressed. There's no requirement to disclose confidential or personally identifiable information otherwise protected by state or federal law. HIPAA compliance is prioritized by the agency and personal privacy remains protected. HB 391 is meant to, first, clarify the ongoing nature of the Memorandum of Agreement between DES and DHHS regarding data sharing practices, to ensure that an agreement remains in effect without lapse. HB 391 aims to ensure that a memorandum of agreement between DHHS and DES remain current and in place as is required by statute. It's my understanding that due to an oversight, the memorandum of agreement between the agencies actually lapsed in June of 2022, possibly due to some administrative procedural terminology changes relative to MOAs and MOUs that may have delayed things. Since this LSR has been filed, I've been informed that it is an effort is actively underway to update that agreement. I know that some of the agency representatives I've been working with are here who can speak a bit more about the one of the proposed agency MOU versus MOA terminology changes that have come up in discussion in reference to the current statute and HB 391, and I'll leave that to them. HB 391 is also meant to reduce the semi-annual reporting requirements to an annual one. This came as a request of DHHS. It will also delete reference to and remove the requirement for reporting on the arsenic in drinking water two-way pilot project, as that pilot project is no longer in existence. And finally, it will add the Commission on the Environmental and Public Health Impacts of Per and Polyfluoroalkyl Substances to the entities that will receive a copy of the annual report referencing the environmental and health data sharing practices required under this RSA. Given the environmental and public health challenges New Hampshire currently faces, there's no question that ongoing collaboration and data sharing between the agencies is both necessary and appropriate to properly address the relationship between the environment and public health. Though concerns about arsenic and other contaminants may have precipitated HB 1356 in 2018, concerns about environmental contaminants like PFAS in our air, soil, and drinking water, lead in our homes and the pipes and faucets in our schools, etc., and the impact of all of these things on public health deserve our attention today. Data collection and sharing provides our state agencies key environmental and health information that drives decision making and has the ability to positively impact the health and well-being of New Hampshire citizens. I'm happy to take questions and know that the agency representatives I've been working with are here to respond as well. Thank you for your time and attention, and I ask that you please consider voting OTP on HB 391. Based on some of the discussions with DHHS and DES, if the committee determines after agency input that amendment to certain language might be best and wishes for me to provide an amendment, I'd be happy to request one. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt, you have a question.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Representative Murphy.
Good morning.
I notice there's no fiscal note. I'm a little bit surprised because it seems like there would be some cost for something which is going to go forward and not lapse. So is this something that you are concerned about, that there's no fiscal note?
No, there's in statute right now, there's a requirement that agreement be in place. This bill would just require that it not lapse. So it's not, there's no fiscal note because it's actually already in place. It just needs to be updated. It's a matter, and I know maybe DES will speak to where they're at in that process already.
If you've considered that, I'm okay with that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Could you just briefly
Sure.
go over it? I'm from Nashua and quite familiar with what's going on with Merrimack. As you know, we have the public, Nashua Public Water Supply is the Pennachuck Corporation, and we are watching that. Could you just briefly explain to this committee why this particular bill is so important as far as the reporting and everything else that will come out of it because of St. Germain and everything?
Sure. Thank you for your question. This data sharing agreement was put in place back in 2018, and I know at that time PFAS was already a concern. It had been discovered in the Merrimack area in 2016 in our public drinking water, and it remains problematic for our community, as well as the concern about the health impacts related to our long-term and ongoing exposure. The agencies, because of the overlap in the concerns, whether they're the impact of environmental contaminants on health, must work together and collaborate, and they do a great job of that, and we want to ensure that that continues. The specifics, and actually in those reports, you'll see some examples of updates from the agencies relative to the issues that are being addressed collaboratively by the agencies. And the biomonitoring program is mentioned in there. And I know, there are people in the Merrimack area that have been included as subjects in that project, as well as a number of others. The Merrimack Cancer investigation is included as well, and I know recently there was another. Actually, last December, on December 10th, there was an announcement by DHHS that the town of Merrimack has a increased risk of kidney and renal pelvis cancers that at this point we certainly aren't saying is related to it's caused by PFAS, but kidney and renal pelvis cancers are known to be associated with PFAS, and we're pretty impacted by the emissions from Saint-Gobain. So PFAS is one of those issues, and there are almost 30,000 people in Merrimack, and it's certainly a health concern around that particular environmental contaminant. And that was actually one of the reasons for the request that the report go to the the PFAS Commission, the HB 737 PFAS Commission as well, because much of our work, the SB 85 Commission, Environmentally Triggered Chronic Illness, and HB 737 PFAS Commission, we do a lot of parallel work, and there's a lot of overlap. So Hope that answered your question. Thank you.
It did. Fair answer. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I yield.
Other questions? Seeing none? Oh, excuse me, Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, one thing that I'm glad you're looking into the PFAS issue. That's the more the publicity around that issue is heightened. But my question is, it looks like you've struck the language around arsenic and so forth, and we know that PFAS is caused by pollutants, where arsenic is mostly naturally occurring. But it's also probably the biggest health hazard in New Hampshire. We know it causes learning disabilities and so forth in young children. Are you concerned at all that the way the language is coming out of this this bill, that we should be only caring about PFAS and no longer care about arsenic?
Thank you for your question. No, not at all, because arsenic, lead, we have a number of environmental triggers of chronic illness that we should be concerned about. The only reason to strike that language is because that language in statute currently is specific to a pilot project regarding arsenic in drinking water that is no longer in effect. So the pilot project itself no longer exists. So that's the rationale for removing that language. Although I'm sure the agencies will tell you that arsenic is certainly one of those things that they continue as to monitor and report on: arsenic, lead, and all those other issues. So it's not that that this bill would remove study of that or collaboration around those concerns. It's just specific to a project that is no longer in existence.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 391? Yes. Please sit down, introduce yourself, and fill out a pink card when you're complete.
Good morning. My name is Abby Rogers. I'm the Legislative Liaison for the Division of Public Health Services at DHHS. Representative McGuire, we did send a card around. I don't know, it may be coming your way, but we'll be happy to fill one out again.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Roberge, and I'm the DHHS Division of Public Health Services Bureau Chief.
Thank you. We are here to provide some information related to HB 391. We had spoken with the sponsor, Representative Murphy, on this bill. I just wanted to be clear that we're not taking a position, but I'd be happy to answer some questions and provide information on the language.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Murphy's bill moves from 6 months to a year. Is that satisfactory, or is it timely? Would 6 months get you a better jump on the issue?
The department doesn't have any concerns with the changing of the reporting requirement in terms of frequency, or also including the additional commission, the Merrimack PFAS Commission as well. So we're amenable to those changes.
Thank you.
Representative Broder?
Thank you. The sponsor of the bill, Representative Murphy, mentioned the fact that there had been a lapse in this study, in this communication. Can you explain why that happened and how this bill will rectify that?
Right. So with regard to the lapse, it was just an inadvertent lapse of not renewing the MOA. I do want to just inform the committee that the department does not think that it's necessary actually to be codified in statute, to have this MOA codified in statute, because it is our common practice to do this work anyways. So our data, our aggregated data, is on our website. And so anyone has access, including the Department of Environmental Services, and the departments are committed to working together to provide any technical assistance or guidance around the agency's public data. So although there was a lapse, the absence of an existing MOA did not prevent the either department from working together and sharing the aggregated data. So I just want to just inform the committee that although the MOU did lapse inadvertently, it did not impact the ability for the agencies to work together or share data.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So although there was a lapse in the agreement, the actual data was still collected and shared?
Right, it's publicly available data. Both agencies have publicly available data. And I will also just inform for any data that has protected health information, and this is particular to the Department of Health and Human Services, any data that we share that is protected health information, that would need a specific data sharing agreement because we are a HIPAA compliant agency. And so this overarching MOU or MOA would not allow us to share that, the protected health information. We would need an additional specific data sharing agreement to share that data. And it's all about making sure that we're protecting privacy because it does have protected health, and it would have protected health information. And those data sharing agreements are established by project and by data set needed. So we would want to make sure we understood, why an agency or an entity would be requesting that data, what they would be doing with it, how they would be using that data. So that's all part of the requirements as being a HIPAA compliant agency, that we need to ensure that that data is protected before sharing it.
But this data shared with between HHS and DES does not contain individual health data, correct?
That's correct. So the data that the MOU or MOA is referring to is aggregated data that is not protected health information, and it is publicly available. You could go on the DHHS data portal currently and see the data that's available in aggregated form.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Blackus?
Thank you. So given that, is there any point to anything in 126-A76 other than maybe D Roman 3 requiring a report? Do you need this to do what you're doing?
No, we currently don't. The MOA or MOU does not, as I said, doesn't prevent us from doing what we're currently doing in practice. The language in the latter part of the bill under 3, the department is amenable to modifying the report frequency to being 1 year and then sharing that report with the other commission.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Yeah, I guess my point is, if we eliminated the whole thing other than maybe Roman 3, does that change anything?
Thank you for the question. As the requirement for the data sharing in 126A76 came from work that the Commission on Environmentally Triggered Chronic Illness from SB 80, I guess it was SB 85 currently as we know it, the Commission. It was put in effect back in 2018. We don't have a problem with having that in statute. The issue I think that we wanted to bring to the committee's attention is that in Representative Murphy's language, we understand that because there was a lapse in the agreement, typically and we have shared that the information continuously was shared even though the document lapsed, that our understanding in working at the new MOU with the Department of Environmental Services, which should be completed shortly, is that MOUs cannot be designated in a non-lapse status. So they do have to have an end date and they do have to be reviewed. So the only issue that I wanted to bring up, for the committee is the do not lapse language doesn't go with what our legal advice had been on from our legal department related to MOUs needing to have an end date.
Quick follow-up?
Follow up?
Yeah, I'm looking for a yes or no answer, and that is, if we got rid of this 126A76, would you have to change anything you do, other maybe the reporting thing? Do you need any authority in here to do what you're doing? That's kind of yes or no.
I think the answer would be no to that. I can just say that the SB 85 Commission looks forward to our report. We would continue to do it, and it's just keeping, the reporting requirement in place. It just, gives the agencies, a reference point to when the reporting is due to the previous statute.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
All right. Thank you. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Abby.
Good morning.
Nice to see you, and Michelle as well, of course. I just don't know you quite as well. So one of the things that those of us who've been on the committee for a while are well aware of is that this situation that Representative Murphy is especially concerned about, naming Merrimack, is not limited, of course, to Merrimack. It's the chemicals, the PFAS and so forth, have spread beyond Merrimack, and they are in other surrounding communities as well. I believe Madbury Metals in Dover also has an occurrence of PFAS and other related chemicals. So the remarks you made with regard to the ongoing monitoring and study and so forth, that applies statewide, if you will, in terms of the monitoring you do. It's not just limited to this subject of Representative Murphy's bill.
If I may ask a clarifying question, when you refer to monitoring, can you expand on that a little bit? Are you talking about monitoring of water quality, or what is the, okay.
Well, I'm especially concerned about PFAS. We, as you probably recall, there was a rule that came to the GELCAR about, I think about 2 years ago. The pandemic kind of distorts my recollection of time, but a couple of years ago, Representative McGuire probably remembers as well, a rule that was going to require communities to test their water to see if they had PFAS in their water. That's a relatively inexpensive operation to do the test. If there's PFAS are found or any of the analogous chemicals, then remediation would be a totally different issue in terms of cost. But so that was a requirement, and the rule was adopted, went into effect. And so my question is whether that was a form of monitoring, but whether the department is also continuing to use some other word than monitoring, continuing to stay in touch with the development, because the contamination process is ongoing, hasn't been stopped, and it's just remediation. It continues. So what is the department doing? If this study is not, if this bill is not adopted, you said that wouldn't have any impact on what you're doing. And I'm asking whether you are in touch with the situation wherever PFAS has been found in the state of New Hampshire.
Yes, I'll defer to the Department of Environmental Services for specific, responses relative to the actual rules and or monitoring of the PFAS, because that really falls under their purview. But I will say that the two departments, Health and Human Services and DES, works very closely on all environmental health issues, including PFAS issues. And certainly the department, Health and Human Services, would follow any recommendations on like private well water testing, recommendations on people to test their well water to make sure that they are aware of what may be in their well water. We would follow those recommendations and encourage any person on private well water to do well water testing. So hopefully that answers your question. I think some of your question might be
Thank you.
more relevant for DES. Yeah.
That is helpful, but I will pursue that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Groda.
So for those of us where this is not as obvious, what data are you sharing? Like, what data does the DES share, and what data do you share? What is the data that you're sharing?
So the Department of Health and Human Services has what we call our DHHS data portal, and you can go on to that. It's publicly available on our website. It includes data. There's data on childhood lead poisoning. There's well water. There's a well water dashboard up there. There's some climate and health. There's I apologize, I don't know all the data off the top of my head, but I certainly it is publicly available on our website, and it's the repository for it is known as DHHS Data Portal.
Follow up, I guess, because I'm sorry. Follow up.
Follow up.
Because we're talking about PFAS, what specific data are you sharing about PFAS? I mean, this is what this is.
No. They're giving the data they have on public health, chronic illness, cancer, I'm sure, to the commission that is working on PFAS and the commission on um, public environmentally triggered chronic illness. So they're just giving this data to the commission that's doing the study,
So
if that helps.
Thank you. Okay, I misunderstood that. That makes more sense.
Okay. Sorry.
that's okay.
Representative Goley, you had a question?
Yes, so is it the information that's currently available online in your portal that this memorandum of understanding allows you to transfer over to DES, or is there other information DES is giving to Health and Human Services that's in this memorandum?
Thank you, Representative Goley. We would defer a little bit to Karen Craver, who's here from DES on the DES information, but my understanding is all of their information is publicly available on their website. So, and we share collaboratively information that would inform, as Representative McGuire said, both the work of the HB 737 Commission and that work of the SB 85 Commission, looking at health impacts and related to toxic chemicals. So we do share information between agencies. We're asked to do reporting to those commissions, and a lot of times we collaborate on those reports to better inform the legislature on what's happening with PFAS and its related health impacts.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Abear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the committee questions that we're trying to understand, is this specific to just Merrimack? Is it specific to the entire state? And what kind of deep down data, if I go to your website right now, will I find? Will I find it by address? Will I find it by, is it just for the entire town? Is it specific to a geographic area? How are you tracking that? So you have medical diagnosis information by what category or parameter? Thank you.
So all of the data that's available on the DHHS website is aggregated so that so that there is no protected health information that's provided on the website. And it's the data that, and I wish I could call it up right now because I could speak to it a little bit better, but this data would not be considered protected health information. So you won't find an address, or you won't find, personally identifiable information on our website. It would be aggregated by it. I think that, and I apologize that I don't know this off the top of my head. I think it might be census tract as the lowest. Yeah, I'd have to go. I apologize. I would have to refer to the actual data sets to look at that. But this is all publicly available data that, the department can share both with agencies and with other interested parties as well. And it is available on our website.
Thank you.
Follow up?
Representative Abear, where your questions are straying away from the bill in question. Do you have a specific bill-related question?
I was just curious about the first question I asked, if it was just Merrimack specific.
It is not Merrimack specific. All the data, if you glance at the data that Representative Murphy gave us, they talk about various environmental issues and public health issues throughout the state. It's not Merrimack specific.
Thank you for the question. I just wanted to clarify that the data that we share informs a commission, HB 737, which focuses on Merrimack and the surrounding area. SB 85 is studies chronically triggered illness, and the information that we collect at DHHS and share with these commissions is statewide data, but specifically because the HB 737 Commission covers Merrimack, Litchfield, Londonderry, and surrounding communities, we do focus on those communities for that commission because that's the focus of the commission. But the information, the data shared referenced here is statewide data that is requested from the department.
Okay. Representative Gould?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question goes to the parameters of shared data. So the question is, if this information is available on your website, then DES can just go to your website and get it. But in your last statement, it sounded like, no, you tailor the data for specific commissions that's kind of embedded in what this bill impacts. And so related to
Follow
all,
up? Could you let them answer your first question?
okay,
So I believe, what you're asking is the data that's on the website, do we have additional data that we inform the commissions? Am I understanding that correctly?
I didn't really phrase the question
Okay.
yet.
What
So-
is the question then?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is the data sharing agreement simply a piece of paper, writing a report and sharing it, or are we talking about you're sharing data between systems and forming a data set that helps do something else?
So I'll just speak in practice. In practice, the departments work very closely together on whatever issues that may arise. So they could be commission-related requests, it could be, or commission-related discussions. It could be just working together on other environmental health-related issues. And we work pretty closely with each other all the time, regardless of whether there is an MOU in place. It is our common practice to work together. It's our common practice to share statewide data. With respect to the specific commissions, we have representation on both commissions. So the Department of Environmental Services and the Department of Health and Human Services are members of those commissions of the the environmentally triggered chronic disease, as well as the Merrimack PFAS-related commissions. So we work closely with commission members. We work closely with each other, and we certainly would share information with respect to reports. We work collaboratively on the development of those reports, and oftentimes those reports are providing information to the commission on what the departments have done over the past period of time relative to either PFAS or relative to other environmentally triggered chronic disease concerns. And so we have sort of a running list of items that we report back to the commissions on as we have participated in those discussions on the commission. And that is a pretty regular practice. The MOU sort of memorializes that, but it's really practice that we would do anyway. If that's helpful.
Follow up?
So specifically, the data share does not you're not talking about pooling data and creating a database of pooled data between DES and your department.
Currently, each department has its own databases, but certainly sharing data across agencies helps inform whatever the topic of consideration is. The data that we have that might be relevant to the issue at hand versus the data that DES has. But no, we aren't currently pursuing a combined database, if that's the question. Yeah.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So these two commissions, they are both ongoing. How often do they meet?
I believe they both meet on a monthly basis, and I know that they have a few more years left in terms of their term.
Thank you for the question. They are 4-year commissions and there's 2 years left. 2 years left in their tenure.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
they already have a sunset. Excellent. Other Representative True?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question. Does this
It has a
bill,
sunset. This, no.
does this bill have you do something new that you're not doing now?
So I would say that the reporting requirements, the one reporting requirement would be to share the report with the Merrimack Commission, the Merrimack PFAS Commission. We refer to it as HB 737. It's the terminology here. But so that would be a new element, and changing the reporting frequency to 1 year as opposed to every 6 months would also be somewhat new. We already do the reporting as it is. It would be a change in the reporting frequency, and then sharing that report with the other commission, the Merrimack Commission.
I just wanted to add in for some background as in when the data sharing agreement language was put in the bill by Representative Pearson in 2018 to put it in statute that DHHS and DES would in statute be required to share data. As Michelle has already said, that's always been our standard practice. I think there were some community concerns related to communities that have been affected by PFAS and the potential health impacts, and it just was something that was put forward to make sure that it was a requirement, so those communities could be assured that this work is ongoing. So that's just some background that I wanted to share with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And did I hear you say, I don't know if you were talking about an agreement or understanding that it must lapse so it can be reviewed?
So I can speak a little bit to that. So the terminology that's currently in statute and in the proposed bill is a memorandum of agreement. And the department's understanding is that the term memorandum of agreement and memorandum of understanding are interchangeable. But I do want to inform the commission that the Division of Administrative Services has recently developed its manual of procedures, or modified its manual of procedures, referred to as MOP. And specifically, there is a standard out there, number 161, that refers to the terminology of memorandum of understanding, along with some formatting requirements associated with any memorandums of understanding between agencies. As Representative Nancy Murphy mentioned during her testimony, for consistency, if the committee would like, you could revise the language of memorandum of agreement that's in the statute, in the proposed bill, to memorandum of understanding, because that is the language that the Department of Administrative Services is currently using. That being said, as I noted, both of those terms are used interchangeably. And the department is currently working with the Department of Environmental Services on revising revising the MOA, and we currently have a draft as an MOU. So we're working through that using the current division
current
of
style.
Exactly.
I have a question. So with both of these commissions that are looking at environmental health expiring in 2 years, should your memorandum of agreement and this reporting requirement also end?
I guess I can speak to the reporting requirement. I think that if the commission no longer exists, we wouldn't be able to report out to that commission. So I think that that is a reasonable
Yeah.
understanding.
Okay. Other questions? All right. Does anyone else wish to testify on House Bill 391? Okay, I don't see one. I'll close the public hearing, and I believe, Representative Burrow, this is going to your subcommittee. Yes, because it sounds like they need to
And I'd like to open up the public hearing on HB 366 and welcome back Representative Gallagher.
So, hi, I'm Eric Gallagher. For people who missed my previous introduction, I'm representing Merrimack County District 20, that's Concord Ward 6. So I am here to introduce House Bill 366, prohibiting certain non-compete clauses and non-disclosure agreements regarding free software projects and the sharing of open source software. So some of you who were on this committee last term may remember that last term I had a bill come before this committee, House Bill 1273, that I called my Software Act, which is an acronym for securing our freedom to write and read everything. So part of the reason that bill died was because the committee determined that I was trying to do too much in a single bill. So, but I think I do remember some of you saying that there were some good parts in it. So I decided to try breaking it apart into several bills this year to see if bill as a whole can't pass, then maybe at least some of the individual parts can pass. So this one is the part specifically about non-compete clauses and non-disclosure agreements. Non-compete agreements are something that have been growing in unpopularity over recent years. They're basically ways for companies to prevent their employees from doing things. Yeah, I come from the free and open source software community, and oftentimes you'll hear in the free and open source software community, you'll hear developers from proprietary software companies saying that they can't help on such and such an issue because of something in their contract. So you see there has been other legislation to restrict non-competes in New Hampshire previously. I think some for low-income workers, and then another, I think, for last term was about public health regulations, releasing people from non-competes in those cases. So the Biden administration has actually been considering breaking out the big hammer and just ending non-competes entirely, like every single type. So that's not what this bill does. This bill is just focused on the ones that would prevent software developers from contributing to free and open source software projects. because that's what I have a particular interest in. But yeah, I would be open to going bigger if that's something that there's interest in. So yeah, why do this at the state level if there's also changes coming at the national level? Well, I think it's good just kind of as a backup. The Biden administration's plan is to do so by administrative rulemaking, which isn't quite as permanent. Executive branch rulemaking can often change whenever there's a new president, and things by statute are a bit firmer. So, and yeah, I think just to signal that New Hampshire is a welcoming place for software developers from the free and open source software community to come live and work. I think it helps us as a state to have this legislation. Now, when I brought this legislation here last term, one of the questions I got was about security concerns. I added a clause in it this time around to make an exception for national security to make sure that people can't violate our national security with this legislation. So yeah, it's basic. So to address one possible point, some people might say that, well, copyright law is the federal domain, so we shouldn't be trying to do it at the state level. Well, so this isn't really copyright law per se. This is at the intersection of copyrights and contracts are something we do have a say in here at the state level. So it's basically saying when there's a conflict between a free software license and either a non-competing agreement or a non-disclosure agreement, then the free software license wins and the state shall not enforce that other agreement. So yeah, this is basically just legislation to help out the free software community here in New Hampshire, and I'll take any questions on it now.
Are there any questions? Representative Blackus.
Thank you. So, I worked in software engineering for over 40 years in both proprietary and free and open software, but there's a section here that I'd like some clarification on because I don't know precisely what it's referencing. It says, starting line 18, can't prevent an employee from sharing the source code of free and open free and open source software that such employee would otherwise normally be able to share under the license. So what precisely is that referring to?
So basically, like, if the software's license statement, that's how software normally comes. Its source code comes with license statements in it. Oftentimes, they will say explicitly, you have the freedom to copy this. Yeah, and that applies to most normal people. So it's basically if that person were not an employee at that company and we're operating solely based on that license, if the license says you may share this, then it's basically saying then the license is right and you may actually share this.
follow up?
Follow up.
I mean, if you just got some free or open source software and used it, and then, sharing it doesn't really mean anything because it's already out there in public domain. Are you talking about a situation where the employee took this free and open source software, modified it, and then wants to share the result? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, that's more along the lines of, yeah, if they want to make contributions back upstream, as they call it in the software world, they're allowed upstream, referring to the project that's developing that software, then they can do that as well.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Representative Gallagher, are you saying that you want to encourage individuals to modify this software on their employer's time and then give it away?
This doesn't say anything about being on their time or not. This is like when they go home, and sometimes employers will claim rights over what their employees do in their free time as well, besides just the things that they do on company hours. So this is to this is more about things that the employees do in their free time.
Thank you. I don't know how the state would ever be able to enforce that.
Oh,
Representative
or
O'Brien?
if I may respond, this is more about the state not enforcing something. It's about the state not enforcing the contract. So it wouldn't require the state actively doing anything. It would just require the state saying, no, I'm not actually going to enforce that. But yeah, anyways.
Thank you. Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Representative Gallagher, for taking my question. I'm glad you mentioned on line 21 the national security needs, but I'm very fearful with the baby boomers, the aging, everything else like that. And you brought up the term upstreaming. What's to stop somebody of nefarious means from upstreaming a virus and then passing it out and then future contamination? It seems that's handled within the corporate world, but if somebody individual that's nefarious, it could be open prairie.
So in the free and open source software world, we have something that's called the many eyes principle, where basically the more people look at the code for something, the greater the chance is that they'll find vulnerabilities in it. So yeah, if somebody wanted to try to contribute malware to the upstream of a free and open source software project, then most projects that run like this have software review practices in place already to catch things like that. So I think it would be handled in the normal way like that.
Other questions, Representative Bailey?
Thank you. This is probably somewhat dated, but years ago I was told that Unix was open source, right? And that the various other things, Red Hat this and Linux that, they were using the open source, but they had put in a couple of proprietary things that were their own that they could then sell. An open source thing. And then if you were working for one of these proprietary companies that's making their own modifications and then went onto some kind of Unix forum, and there's some information there that's proprietary that you should not be sharing, right?
Well, yeah, so yeah, there are companies like Red Hat and IBM that work both in the free software world and in the proprietary software world. And so, yeah, part of the thing to remember here is the definition of free software. So we're talking about free software in the sense of freedom, of preserving the user's freedoms. So one of the freedoms that free software comes with is the freedom to sell it. So yeah, companies like Red Hat the their software, yeah, sometimes they do sell software that the source is already available for, and the way they're able to make money off of that is because it's through things like support contracts, and they'll be in the position of saying, all right, so we'll help you with it if it breaks it, because we actually understand it, and can provide you with documentation on how to actually use it. So yeah, I don't think that this legislation would prevent companies from doing that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, thank you very much, Representative Gallagher. Dennis Goulet?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dennis Goulet. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Information Technology. I'm here to testify in opposition to this bill today. I would start out by observing that the language is quite expansive, and I think it would be, there are a lot of cases where it would be difficult to determine whether it applied or not. So there's that starts out with a pretty large challenge there. And I'm going to take you through a kind of a state government perspective, and then the larger state perspective on this. And coming from a background of, I spent almost my entire career in the software industry, either as an IT person or running commercial software development projects, as well as open source development projects. So I have a lot of experience in this space, in the IP, intellectual property space. So from a state perspective, we actually contractually in most cases hold proprietary interest in the software that we pay to develop. So for example, if we have a specific piece of software and another state wanted to use it, for example, a lot of times we'll negotiate with the state, and most times we share it, but that software may or may not have open source libraries built into it. But we maintain, at least today, that if we develop something, say for HHS or whatever, that they'd hold proprietary interest in it, and the vendor who developed it for us would not necessarily be able to go and reuse it, or the intellectual property associated with using those open source libraries. The other thing is agencies, multiple agencies will have regulatory challenges. We often write into contracts, and HHS is kind of the great granddaddy of this, where because of the types of data that we're managing, having openness with respect to any aspects of the product itself, or the software that we're using to run the state business is problematic. So sharing of open source code in the context of a larger state application could be pretty problematic from a security and privacy perspective. And I'll talk more a little about the many eyes principle at the end. So there's fundamental ambiguity in the case of trying to differentiate between a company holding proprietary interest in software and this language. The two cases I think of, I heard you discuss one of them earlier, which was companies that actually market open source Linux, Unix. The state runs hundreds of instances of Linux, for example, and we do pay for support. And so there's open source Linux out there, and then there's Linux where an employee of a company may have proprietary interest in what they're doing, and that's fundamentally ambiguous. The other ambiguity is that many products, whether they're ones we're running in the state or commercial software products, have open source libraries in them. Now, I've signed and lived under non-disclosure agreements pretty much until I came to New Hampshire 7.5 years ago as the CIO. And, it never harmed me. But I understood that, particularly when I was on the engineering side of these products, that the open source libraries are in context with the intellectual property that was developed and invested in by that company. So I would argue that the company does have a right to proprietary interest in that. Now, recently, from a cybersecurity perspective, that has caused a lot of problems. The Log4j incident, if you look that up, that's caused us uncounted hours of effort trying to find all the places where that that open source library exists. So on the one hand, it was nice to have that open source library built into a product. On the other hand, it did in fact create some pretty significant security vulnerabilities that are well documented in the world. What I wrote up in the fiscal note really was more of taking a broader perspective of, there was a question that came up as how would we, regulate or adjudicate this? I would argue that because of the ambiguity and the expansiveness of it, it would be pretty challenging to do so. And I think an entity would have to be established to do that, probably at the state level. The other thing I would argue is that, because we are trying to chip away at this idea of proprietary interest in New Hampshire, I think that it, going to the other side of my career, if I were an executive in a software company, I said, do I want to locate in New Hampshire and create jobs in New Hampshire? I'd be thinking twice about it if I was perceiving the state as unfriendly to proprietary interest in technology. Finally, the many eyes principle is one from a cybersecurity perspective. I've heard it twice today. Probably going to hear it some more because these, as Rep. Gallagher indicated, that was one bill with a bunch of stuff in it. Now it's a whole bunch of different bills. The other side of the many eyes principle is that it's easy. Every software has vulnerabilities, every piece, and so even if it goes through review, I've done commercial software development, multiple layers of review. We've still published software with vulnerabilities. Being able to look and see and find those vulnerabilities as a criminal or somebody with malintent is inherently much easier in an open source context than it is in a proprietary context. So that's the other side of that coin. But I do agree, in the open source world, it's pretty self-regulating for the most part. So I think you could manage an open source context and still produce software that was at least as good as what you do in a proprietary context. That concludes my formal testimony. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? No, but I'm noticing a stunned look, so we may get back to you later. Okay. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 366? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing.
Would you be open to going into exec session for this?
Yes, okay, without objection.
So I'd like to make a motion of ITL on House Bill 366.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Goley? Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. So I'm actually I think open source software is a great thing. I've both been a user of it and done work to contribute to it. So that's not the issue. And some of the concerns about it, I think, were overstated. But I'm opposed to this for two reasons. One is I am, let's just say, very reluctant to interfere in private contracts, including, employment contracts. So that would probably, seal my position in and of itself. The other issue is that, there's a lot of stuff talked about open source software that I don't think this really applies to. The main thing was, if you can get the source code, anybody can get the source code for open source software, you can make changes to it, and then you can provide it back to the open source community, and it can kind of be reviewed, and they decide whether to incorporate it in that, and so everybody could use it. And the issue is, if you're an employee at a company and you're doing this, then there's two issues. One, is it really on your time or the employer's time? I think that's actually the lesser problem, but it is an issue. The other thing is that in the work you're doing at the company, there's ideas, concepts, things that you learn and are developed, paid for by the company as part of that. And, you're likely going to, whether you mean to or not, going to incorporate that into the changes you make to this software that you're releasing to the whole world. And so, you're almost certainly taking something the employer's paid for and basically giving it away, and potentially more. And that's, you can't adjudicate that. I mean, unless somebody's like blatant and just steals a bunch of code and sticks it in it, which they'd be foolish to do. I mean, it's really hard to tell whether that's really what's going on or not. And so given that, as much as I strongly support open source software, I think it's a great thing. And I might even encourage employers to, that they might attract, employer, if they can attract better or more potential employees by not having this non-compete in, then it's in their business interest to do it. But I don't think it's our place to tell them they can't, and because there are potential problems for the employer. So that's it.
Thank you. Representative Goley, do you wish to speak to your second?
No, I think Representative Lickis spoke to some of the concerns I had. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Comments, questions, discussion? All right, seeing none. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 366 by Representative Lakis, seconded by Representative Goley, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santonastasso.
Yes.
Representative True.
Yes.
Representative Dolan.
Yes.
Representative Abear.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
With the vote 18 yea, 0 nay.
All right, the motion passes. Is there any objection to consent? All right, seeing none, we will put this on consent. Okay, and that closes House Bill 366. We will resume at 1:15 on House Bill 327. It's me, mistake. It's only 17-0. Please correct your memories of what was said. Gerhard stepped out to testify on another committee. Welcome back. I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 327 and calling on Representative Gallagher.
So, hi, I'm Eric Gallagher, representative for Merrimack County District 20, which is Concord Ward 6. So, I am here this time to introduce House Bill 327, prohibiting the state from requiring members of the public to use proprietary software when visiting state websites. So this kind of ties in with my previous one. I'll be repeating myself a little bit just for anyone who's only tuning in now. Anyways, so this was part of last year's House Bill 1273, which I referred to as my Software Act, an acronym for securing our freedom to write and read everything. Basically, it was an omnibus about promoting software freedom in the state of New Hampshire. And one of so it came before this committee last term, and one of the pieces of feedback I got about it was that it was trying to do too much in a single bill. So I took that advice to heart, or that feedback to heart, and thus split it into several different bills, so that way we could consider all of the individual parts separately to see just which of those the individual parts that were actually kind of good were. This one specifically is about state websites. So this is basically the bill calling for Libra.js compatibility on state websites. So it says, it's got kind of some tricky wording. It talks about not requiring users to allow the execution of proprietary JavaScript. So that means that basically it just has to have a graceful fallback for when the user is browsing with an extension like Libra.js enabled or with JavaScript disabled entirely. The reason for this, outlined in an article called "The JavaScript Trap," is because when there are proprietary pieces of JavaScript on websites, they can they violate users' freedoms to be browsing the web they want to. They can insert tracking data or tracking tags to collect data to send to private companies. So this would basically just be giving the users freedom to disable that. And the idea is this should just be for interactions with the state that are legally required, like, basically ones where the user doesn't have another way around it because they have to interact with the state through the website. Yeah, the language is pretty much the same as it appeared in last year's bill, except there is one minor difference. There was an and that I changed to an or, just to give between. So they can either the Department of IT can either use a browser extension like LibreJS. I didn't say that specifically because I didn't want to preference a single organization's work, but so if they can find another one that does the same thing, they could also use that. Or by confirming that no proprietary JavaScript blocks the functioning of any third-party online archiving services. So like the Wayback Machine on the Internet Archive. If New Hampshire state web pages render properly when loaded in the Internet Archive, then they would pass this test. So they can do either one or the other. It's their choice on how to verify it. And I think this would be a good way of helping to give back to users some of the freedom of to control their experiences when interacting with the state. And if that, I'll take questions now.
Thank you, Representative Gallagher. I'm confused because you said you could limit it to only those transactions or interactions that are legally required. It's not in the bill, but that's what you said.
Oh, that was my intent.
Okay, well, that's
I
if that's your intent, that's fine.
Yeah.
My question is, what web transactions are required?
Well, like if
You could always avoid them by going out in person and meeting whoever it is you want to deal with.
well, I mean that might be the case now, but I'm thinking of like if we move to say an all online tax payment system or court appearances or schoolwork for kids in public schools have to do their schoolwork
So this is essentially not making a preemptive strike against some future situation that may or may not exist in the present, or may be avoided in the present. Is that correct, or am I totally am I missing something?
I'm not quite sure if you're correct or not. I can't answer that.
Okay, fine. Does anyone else have a question? Representative Bailey?
Thank you. Have you seen the financial note?
Yeah, that seems rather
That would have us
that seems
giving-
rather shocking to me. That is more than I would have expected personally.
It's almost like you could buy everybody in the state their own computer company.
Yeah, I don't know how they calculated that.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you very. You have a question? Oh, Representative Simon.
Oh, go ahead. No, I just let her know. Okay. So you had mentioned children needing to do schoolwork on, for school. I don't see it in the bill, but was it your intention to push that down potentially to municipalities and school districts as well as state agencies?
Maybe not with this bill specifically. I guess this is kind of the side effect of having split this bill into multiple parts is that I might be confusing some stuff I meant to do with one of the other bills with this one. Yeah, I don't think that would actually come into effect here, although I would certainly appreciate it if they voluntarily complied with this as well.
Thank you. Representative Gerhard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually like the thought behind this. It makes a lot of sense. I don't understand why we have to be giving up personal data, especially when we have the right to privacy in New Hampshire. If we're going online, I don't know. The cost though is insane.
Yeah.
So if you can get a handle on that, that'd be interesting. Because I'm looking at the numbers and man. So anyway, that's fine.
I don't believe that Representative Gallagher could help with understand the numbers. That's
Yeah.
okay. Anyone else? Representative Gould?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I'm understanding this correctly, in circumstances like getting a fire permit, in our town, they choose to only use the online system that the state provides now. That taking that action, you're saying, is collecting data behind the scenes, that if this bill passed, it would allow us to do things that would let us visit that site anonymously to not be collecting other data?
Well, I mean, I
understand
don't, I don't know your specific town's website, how it operates, if it has any proprietary JavaScript on it or not.
I'm sorry, it's the state
Or
website we
state
go to.
website. Yeah. So yeah. But that's the thing about when software is proprietary, is that you just don't know and you can't really know what exactly it's doing. So the point is to give control back into our own hands, so that way we can actually know what all of our software is doing.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions? All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 327? Yes. Director Goulet will.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Reminder, I'm Dennis Goulet, the Commissioner of the Department of Information Technology. I'll start out a little differently than I intended, and my testimony really covers the executive branch and the fiscal note executive branch only. But I think the same issues would apply to the other branches and constitutional offices, and I am testifying in opposition. But the executive branch actually is pretty careful not to collect information that people aren't aware of. In fact, we have a policy. In fact, somebody just brought it to my attention the other day and asked me if they could have an exception on it, and I said, probably not. And it's for doing the very things that Rep. Gallagher was talking about, which is the tracking and the cross-referencing, the things that create all those situations where you get extra stuff popping up in your browser that you didn't really want there. So we don't do that in the executive branch. I don't think it's done very much at all in state government websites, but I couldn't speak to the other parts. So I'll make my testimony simple, and then I'm sure you'll probably have some questions maybe on the fiscal note or whatever. But there's, obviously the bill itself to implement this as written would be very expensive. We put a range in our calculation assumptions in the fiscal note, and I didn't just pull those numbers out of a hat. I talked to people. We looked at recent things that we had done. There are almost 80 state websites on the executive branch, and there are over 270 applications that are hosted on our websites to do things that citizens do, like tax, for example. a lot of most of those applications are vendor applications. So in order to comply with this, we would have to either induce the vendor to go and do what it would take to comply, which we'd have to pay him to do, or maybe we'd have to re-procure the app. And so that's one of the challenging things about that is we'd actually have to look at each application in detail to figure out whether there was any proprietary JavaScript running on it, and then cause that to be remediated. Now, I in my last job, I was in charge of commercial software development for healthcare IT, and I had 6 products. And when I was there and now, I could not tell you whether I had proprietary JavaScript in them and where it was, if it was there. So I would have had to do a deep dive into, and one of the apps had 7 million lines of code. So talking a fairly extensive process to get that done. But the cost to me isn't the most challenging part of this. It would be in order to remediate this, I would, or to be in compliance, I would shift our efforts away from the program work we're doing in the agencies to this work. So this work would have to be, let's pretend it's free for a minute. This work would have to be pretty darn important for us to stop doing what we're doing now and move to other work. And deep in the calculations of the fiscal note, there are some contract folks there that we would bring in to help if we had to do it. But again, it would heavily impact state labor. And again, I don't see the benefit because we're not really doing, we're not tracking, we're being very careful on privacy. In fact, I have, we'll be working on, I'm trying to get funded in the budget a chief privacy officer. So I think we get even better than that because I think that, what we're seeing in states now, and I think we should see in New Hampshire is taking privacy more seriously instead of doing it a bit here, a bit there, have overriding privacy policies and, model ourselves after some of the leading privacy advocates in the world. Like you see some stuff like you've probably experienced now when you go into websites where they tell you they're going to track you before they track you, or they tell you, or you have to, the default is if any information is going to travel, it's an opt-in, not a you have to go opt-out. Just little principles like that. But those are principles that are important to us. And I think I like the idea. I really love the idea of not taking data from people without them knowing it. And I certainly won't be advocating for that as the CIO and the commissioner. So I think that concludes my formal testimony, and I'm happy to answer any and all questions.
Representative Lagus?
Thank you. Yeah, I support the idea of what he's trying to do. I worked software engineering for over 40 years, both proprietary and free software. And I my view is he's right that if you're there, that sort of JavaScript stuff's running on someone's system, they can't know what you're collecting or not. And that's the issue. So my question is, the cost is a huge issue, and I can kind of understand where it's coming from. The question is, what would your feeling be, and what would the cost be if we said going forward, any new application or a major redo of existing applications had this requirement?
Excuse me. That's a good question, and it isn't in the bill itself. But when I wrote up the fiscal note, I did write that as what I considered a technical flaw, because what it would do is it would narrow. I think it would narrow the field in terms of who could bid on new stuff. It might narrow it a lot. So that would be the challenge. I think we'd still create a situation for ourselves, which I think could be managed in other ways.
Follow up? What do you mean by managed in other ways?
I think that what we're seeing in the states that have hired chief privacy officers and corporate entities have strong policies that they implement. And I would, if we were able to fund a chief privacy officer function, I would want their authority to have the force of law to implement policy in the executive branch, so that we were doing the right things with technology. So it's from a privacy perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? I was Representative True?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Can you tell me, what does it mean to prohibit the state from requiring the public to use proprietary software when visiting state websites? And in your answer, please consider me to be a child or a golden retriever. You just give me an idea of what we're talking about.
Sure thing, Representative True. So Rep. Gallagher kind of talked about it, is if there were if a user came into a state website, they would be able to interact with it in a way that didn't run the software that this bill precludes. Is that understandable?
Yes.
So, and that's why it's challenging, because it's pretty expansive.
Yeah, what does proprietary JavaScript do other, I mean, I know the idea, but why would you use it other than for tracking?
It's been used for a lot of functionality in applications. It's everywhere. In fact, you heard me testify earlier at the Log4j security issue that we've been dealing with. We found Log4j libraries everywhere, and it's taking us a really long time to remediate all of them, because some of them are pretty easy to remediate and others are more difficult. So it's very pervasive, and it's used to implement web functionality. So stuff that's going on in front of you is often being implemented via the use of JavaScript.
Thank you, I believe. Anyone else? Representative Gerhard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little bit confused though. So we put into position a chief privacy officer, but his hands are tied because we can't really institute these things because then people won't bid on new projects. So would it just be better to just downsize the computer-based aspects of a lot of this? Do you know what I'm trying to get at? It seems like we can't do this unless we track people, and we're giving it to third parties who we don't know what they're doing with the information. I mean, realistically, it could be anybody, right? This JavaScript, whatever, is collecting information and sending it to whoever?
Theoretically, but by policy, we preclude doing that. And so it's part of when we procure solutions, we procure it with that in mind, and that is part of how we operate. And there are even further restrictions depending on what sort of monies are being used and what the agency is, because there's different rules on that. So no, if we had a chief privacy officer, our hands would not be tied. I think they'd be liberating. Limiting the use of technology the technology density in the state is going up. It's going up because we're using technology to do things faster. We're doing it to mitigate workforce challenges, things like that. So reducing the amount of tech we use would reduce our services to the citizens and businesses of the state.
Follow up. So you do know where this information is being collected and from who to whom it's going. You do have control over that.
Yes.
Okay. But it's a problem of trying to stop that because you have to find it in the code. That's I'm a little. I'll take this offline. Just figure it out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify? Okay. In that case, I will close the public hearing. We have time.
I want to go into exec session, if that's all right.
All right, without objection, we'll go into exec session. Representative Lekis, it sounds like you have a motion.
Yep, I'd like to make a motion of ITL on House Bill 327 FN.
Second. Okay, we're seconded by Representative Schuett. Would you care to speak to your motion, please?
Yes, I'd actually like to be able to OTP this, but Because, I mean, Representative Gallagher raised some real issues. And you know, I can give a tutorial on this sometime, but basically, JavaScript is software that is downloaded into your web browser and runs on your computer. And they can say whatever it does or it doesn't do, but there's no way for you to know what it's doing on your computer. And that's the concern. So the question is, do you trust them, or even a chief information officer or whatever? But there's two issues. One is I can quibble over his cost estimates in the FN, but I don't think they're crazy. It would be very expensive for them to do it. I'd want to know, I mean, I could also see doing an amendment to require it going forward, but even there, I think it would take some investigation to see how much it really would cost. What would be the consequences as far as the functionality of the website. So given all that, for this bill at this point, I'd say ITL, although, looking into something like this in the future might not be unreasonable.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree that the cost kind of startled me, but I understand the testimony from the IT department, some of the reasoning behind those. But I also was concerned because the sponsor himself answered a lot of our questions with "I don't know," and it made me think that this perhaps wasn't thought out quite as well as it should have been.
Okay. Representative Simon?
Thanks. It's kind of actually a question for Representative Lakes, since you know more about this than I do. Is this something that a personal VPN would protect you from, even with JavaScript running in the background? Would it essentially?
No.
It wouldn't.
No.
Okay.
And if I may.
Yes, please.
Okay. A little bit in defense of Representative Gallagher. I think at least some of the I don't knows is he doesn't know what the state websites are currently doing. And it's reasonable for him not to know that. That's all.
Yeah, that's very true. Okay. Representative O'Brien, you have a question? Anyone else have a question? Representative Gerhard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It just seems, for me, being a carpenter, it seems like we have this thing where we built this house, has asbestos in it, and since we already built it initially with some asbestos, we're going to keep building more of the house with asbestos and putting on extensions, because going back and getting the asbestos out is going to be a problem. I don't know. I'm just kind of simplistic here, but it doesn't make any sense why we couldn't nip this in the bud, at least to stop it from growing more pervasive. So, thank you.
I think we ought to write our report such that we say that we think it is a concern and that we hope that it will be considered going forward, because we'd rather not do it in the future, particularly if we don't absolutely have to. And if we want to know if we are doing it, we'd like to know that. Representative Lekes?
Yeah, just briefly on previous speaker's point. There are a lot of standard tools used for developing websites. A lot of them use JavaScript, and so his statement that they might have trouble finding vendors to do the work on websites is at least not unreasonable. I think it would require a fair amount of investigation, looking into options and what the costs would be before it would be responsible to say, they can't do this going forward, or we have to change the existing ones or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. In that case, the motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 327 by Representative Lekes, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakes.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santonastasso.
Yes.
Representative True.
Yes.
Representative Dolan.
Yes.
Representative Weber.
Yes.
Representative Gerhard.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
And 18 yay, 0 nay.
Okay, 18-0, the motion passes. Any objections to consent? All right, thank you. We will put this one on consent.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I can just add, I didn't mean to imply that the sponsor drafted the bill badly, but rather that there were aspects of some of the things that were asked about, say, municipalities that he hadn't thought of.
Mm.
That was all.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So noted. All right. Okay, and we have until 2 p.m. for our last hearing of the day.
All right.
So next week, we've got Wednesday and Thursday again, but the
Yes.
following week,
I tried to get all the software together on one day, so we could forget it after tomorrow. Okay. All right, it is 2:00. I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 230, and I call Representative Bixby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I'm Representative Peter Bixby from Dover and the ranking member of House Environment and Agriculture. The bill before you, my initial recognition of its need came last fall when I was on a soil conditioner study committee, and we were hearing testimony from the department on fertilizer standards. And one of the things that Director Wyman noted was that there was a significant drain on his staff time because the lack of technology. He has a lot of his staff are doing hand data entry instead of doing things like performing testing on fertilizers and other regulated products. And so this seemed like something that needed to be dealt with, and the best way would be to provide the technology to the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Foods. And I discussed it with the department, and they said it actually made more sense to, rather than making it narrowly associated with fertilizers, make it a request from the department to establish a data handling system that would basically take care of all of their needs for licensing and registrations and other data that could be easily submitted online, but is currently submitted on paper. So and one of the points is that lack of technology wastes a lot of staff time in all of their divisions, and it would be much better to have trained staff people who know what they're doing with regulation, dealing with things like analyzing products and doing inspections when they're needed, doing the inspections that are actually called for in state law, as opposed to occasionally doing them when there is a complaint filed. So another aspect of this is that the lack of technology makes department services more difficult for the people who are being regulated. If you have to fill things out on paper, rather than submitting online, it's a more tedious process, and you don't get the results of your registration as soon. So a product registration could go through much more quickly if it were simply submitted online. And so there are also implications for the businesses that are regulated, because if you're waiting for weeks or months for something to get processed rather than a week or two, then that delays when you can start acting on what you're registering. The department now has an IT person that was brought on because of the animal database bill that passed through the budget last term, and that person has been able to put together he was the person who put together the numbers in the fiscal note, and he's mentioned that there are potentially significant efficiencies by using the same vendor for this project as is being used for the animal database project. The fiscal note indicates the cost between $360,000 to $500,000 for the initial establishment of the database. The $360,000 that is in the bill was what was quoted to me when I was talking with the department last fall during filing period. If it turns out the slightly higher than $360,000 appropriation is needed, then it would still be appropriate. I think it would be appropriate to provide the amount of money needed, because in terms of long-term savings and staff time and efficiency, that initial upfront capital investment, it will pay off significantly. and there's an annual maintenance cost of about 200,000, and this cost falls within the range of the fee income from registrations and licensing, and it would clearly be an appropriate use of existing fees, so that would not require any further ongoing appropriation. And the state currently has a budget surplus, so this would be a good time for this sort of capital investment. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. I do have one general question. Why is this not in the budget? Does it?
Well, that would be a question for Commissioner Jasper, because he had the option of putting in the budget, and he's asked me to put the bill in. I did approach the governor yesterday and said I have this bill. It might make sense to go into the budget, and he said send it to me. I'll have a look at it. So it may go into the budget, but in the meantime, it's something it's important to have it move forward. So whichever path it takes, I'd like to see it happen.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Bixby, for taking my question. I like describing things, particularly when I'm filling out forms with a clerk and stuff like that. It seems sometimes a lot of questions get asked and answered, particularly if there's if the clerk has a problem with my filing. Okay. When you do electronically, you file it and they can deny it. Is there any form of appeal or built into this, or any way that a person can come in and explain his point of view?
I assume there would be, because the point of this is so that the level of design that is stated in this bill basically means that the department and the vendor set forward their, in their RFP, what they're going to require. And based on my experience with the Department of Agriculture, they're good about being accessible to the people who they provide services for. So if a person has a question about what they're filling out online, I'm sure that they could call the department and get clarification about what needs to happen.
Thank you. Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question has to do with the 196,000 maintenance fees. You said that would come out of fees that the department would collect.
Yes.
Are those new fees?
No, those are existing fees. So there are fees on the product registrations for fertilizer, for lime, and also there is a tonnage fee for both of those products. There are also fees, registration fees for pet food products, for and other animal feed products. There are registration fees for pesticides, and I'm sure I'm missing various products that they have registrations for. But those are existing registration fees, and currently the fertilizer, the proceeds of the fertilizer fees runs, it's been 4 months since I looked at the numbers, but I'm remembering something like $600,000 per year comes in from the fertilizer registration fees, and that at this point goes into the general fund. I have another bill that says it should go into a dedicated fund, but that's coming into a different committee, so you don't need to worry about that. But the terminology. But if that other bill passes, one of the things that bill specifies is that it would be available for this purpose.
Thank you.
Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Bixby. Final one. As with all software, it comes with licensing agreements. So is your cost based upon the initial just for the software, and will it incur futuristic relicensing of the product?
The way that the commissioner explained it to me was that, and he can explain it to you a little bit further once he fills out his pink card, but the way he explained it to me was that there was an initial cost for they're going to secure a third-party vendor to do both the construction of the system and to do ongoing maintenance. So so the 360,000 or so is for that initial establishment of the database, and then there would be an annual contract with the vendor, or I'm not sure what the terms of it might be. I'm not sure what the renewal terms of that contract would be, but there is a long-term contract with the vendor to continue the upkeep of it.
Okay, other Representative Dolan and then Lakis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. As I look at the appropriation in the fiscal note of 360,000, that to me is a lot of money. I'm sorry. The appropriation of a request in the fiscal note of 360,000 for this initial purchase seems like a lot of money to me. What do I read? Should I read anything into the fact that there are no other legislative endorsements, either in the House or the Senate, for this expenditure?
No, this was I put this bill in as a department request, and in terms of what is being purchased for that $360,000, what is being purchased is the available staff time, is many full-time equivalents of staff time that are currently being used as data entry, which can be used for skilled work, which is what those people should be doing. And there are a number of statutory requirements which are being done at a bare minimum at best, because the staff time is being occupied by doing data entry. And so what we're doing with that $360,000 is we are buying a lot of staff time.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Representative Lakis.
Thank you. So looking at lines 9 and 10, you have in there, authorized users shall be capable of working in offline mode when an internet connection is not available. And that's kind of an unusual requirement, and it might add to the cost of the whole thing. Is there some specific aspect of how this is used or the users that would require that?
Yes. So because a number of the people who are registering products or licensing may be in areas that are not well served by internet, that we feel that would be an important aspect to have available, and that mechanism was employed in, or will be employed in, the animal records database, for which it was even more important because you're sometimes, a veterinarian may be doing a licensing or an inspection of an animal in a place where, in an absolute dead zone. And we have a lot of dead zones in the rural parts of the state. So in order to make sure that everybody who would need to have access to this would not be impeded by occasional internet deficiencies, that was the logic behind putting that in.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jasper?
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. I am Sean Jasper, Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food. Come over to the department and I can welcome you to the 1980s technology we deploy, and I'm quite serious about that. Our weights and measures program was actually developed by a sex offender at the New Hampshire State Prison in 1984, and there's no longer any support for that. system. So it's about to crash and burn, and we may not even be able to wait for this. And we have tried for 5 years. There was a contract to replace that. It was awarded before I became commissioner. And unfortunately, they didn't realize what they were getting into, and I can't take any blame because I wasn't there, but there was certainly a lack of communications about what was going on there, and we are trying to straighten that out, but that will be an additional cost to the contract if we can do it through the contractor. What we're trying to do here is bring the rest of the department into the 20th century. My joke, and it's only partially a joke since I became commissioner somewhat over 5 years ago, was that by the time I retired, I'd hoped to bring us into the 1990s. This bill would actually help us get to where we need to be. We have the animal database that was approved, and that we still don't know what it's going to be. That's funded through our own funds. I think we expect it may be as high as $1 million, but why the rest of this could be more effective is we took the extra time in writing that proposal, which is now live. It just went live, I think, last week or the week before. We put into that request the requirements that we have for the rest of the department. So that should make it much more cost effective. And I understand what people say, this is a lot of money, but there are 6 different divisions in the department with different needs, although some of them the same. Weights and measures is substantially different. But our IT lead is here to testify. He's embedded in the department. That finally happened. And I suspect this is why we are still, in some cases, in the 1980s, we were sort of left out there to dry by ourselves. No one in the department being an expert in IT. And while DOIT, helped us along, they were doing nothing really to help us prepare for the future. They were just dealing with our immediate needs for computers and laptops and things like that, and not saying, hey, you really need to get on board. And no one else knew what was going on. So having an IT lead has made a difference. I won't say we'll lay anybody off because that's not going to happen, but we will be able to do more of what the legislature has asked us to do. When I became commissioner, Commissioner Merrill told me we were in triage mode. I soon realized just how true that was. We've moved away from that to a degree. But if I look at all of the statutory requirements that the legislature has placed upon us, we are far from where we should be, and freeing up staff time is key to that. I don't want to go out and hire more people, particularly until I understand what our needs actually are when we have the proper technology in place. And so this is imperative for us to get up to speed and get out of the 1980s. Glad to answer any questions that I can, but the technical guy is behind me and will be testifying next.
Okay, thank you. Representative Gould?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Can you tell us what portion of the economy in New Hampshire does farming and agriculture contribute to?
I can't tell you that. There hasn't been a study on that in years. All told, it's a rather large sector of the economy. What I can tell you is that the Department of Agriculture does not take from the general fund. Now, we put money in, we have some that stays in our funds, but when you look at the total revenues that we generate, we run between 200,000 and somewhat over $1 million a year positive. So we're not asking really for money from the general fund. We're asking for money that we have put into the general fund so that we can do a better job with what you've asked us to do.
Thank you. Follow-up?
Follow-up?
So, this represents services to a major portion of contributing workers in our state to the economy. And what I'm hearing is that allowing them to be able to do this remotely and not have to go into the office would be a convenience for farmers and
Well,
other.
largely what happens is they're not coming in, they're sending us paper. And then we're taking that paper and we've got somebody there typing things in. Terrible waste of human resources when things should be automatically entered. Rather than the people filling out paper forms, we want them to be able to put it in directly online and take out all of that unnecessary work. It doesn't take them any more time, it takes us a lot more time. So, yes.
Okay. Other questions? Representative Lakis and then Dola.
Thank you. So I don't come close to fully understanding how the IT infrastructure for the state is handled, but I'm sure the department has expertise, and it's actually, first I want to say welcome the Honorable Sean Jasper. He was my representative, one of my representatives for many years, but I would not expect the Department of Agriculture to have much expertise in managing software projects, and just having one IT employee doesn't help a lot in that regard. So my question is, the impression I get from the fiscal note is that and from what you said, is the department's actually managing this project. Is that true? And if so, why isn't, I don't know if it's DOIT, I mean, we had the CIO in here earlier for another bill. Why aren't they involved in managing the project? I would have expected that the Department of Agriculture would just provide expertise on the process and somebody else would actually implement this.
Thank you for the question, and my apologies for not being clearer. Joe Bentley, who is behind here and will be testifying, works for DOIT. He is now in the department full-time, so he resides there. So he is doing all this work. He put the numbers together. He has been going around spending time with all the division heads, finding out what their needs are, and then developing everything to do it. So they finally are doing that for us. That only came across because it came to be because of the scope of the animal database, which was approved some time ago and is now finally out to bid. But yes, they are doing that because we have no expertise, and it's like a new world for us.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question, Commissioner. What I'm hearing, I don't, by the way, I don't claim to be anywhere near an expert on agriculture, but what I'm hearing is an emergency call for action. If I could describe your testimony back to me, that's what I'm hearing.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. That is particularly true in weights and measures. And if that system crashes, we don't know what we're going to do. It's been band-aided together. This is part of it. But if there is a crash between now and then, we might have to do something else. But, we do 12,000 pesticides registrations a year, entering stuff in. We do 20,000 feed products entered in by hand. So there's, just all over the place. There's all the people who come in who are licensed to apply pesticides, licensed as, plant dealers, and we're just way behind the time. It's just,
Follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm hearing that emergency call for action. However, as you know, especially in your background, the way we do things is often through collaborative support for each other, especially when issues and emergencies present themselves. And what Representative Bixby brought us is a bill that has 0 co-sponsors, either in the Senate or in the House. And I feel bad for him because I feel like he's been left out to dry a little bit on this. And so we've got to rely on that. And I'd like to be able to look at co-sponsors and see them all nodding their head up and down. We really got to lean out and do this to help out the department. I don't see that. So can you explain what happened, the fact that we don't have this collaborative force of co-sponsors?
Well, sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't. Often in the case of a request from an agency, there isn't that outreach. That really, had Representative Bixby felt the need, I probably could have reached out to some people. Generally, the sponsors reach out to others, but this sort of came together at the last minute, I think. And I would ask you not to look at the lack of co-sponsors as indicative of the need or the crisis. I mean, we don't work on a general basis that closely with a lot of legislators. Last session, it was really now Senator Pearl, who we worked with. He was on a number of our bills this year, who I reached out to, and Representative Bixby. Those have been our two go-to people in the House. We really didn't have a go-to person in the Senate before, so most of our bills were really developed in the House, and I can't speak to how many co-sponsors were on there, but we have a relatively small pool of people who we go to who understand the issues and have helped us greatly.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative O'Brien?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Commissioner, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
This seems so much like a bread and butter issue, and I understand working for the municipality and the benefits of Band-Aids. But why did you not put it into the budget, trying to get in? And I think it was a question asked before you came in the room, and I'll give you the opportunity to clear that up.
Yes, because we are given parameters by the governor. And our budget request also started back in September. And Joe, when did you come on board? He came on in June and was getting his feet wet. And the first thing was to worry about the animal database and learning about that. My understanding from talking to others, I haven't heard this directly from the governor's staff at this time, they may actually be considering putting this in the budget. Personally, I'm a little bit afraid of that. I've been around for too many budget processes to know that bills become law very often long before budgets become law. And I feel a lot safer actually having this as an independent bill rather than getting tied up with the possibility of a budget which, may go to a continuing resolution, may go on till Lord only knows when. I'd rather have something that takes effect July 1st for sure.
Follow up?
How distrustful of you, Commissioner.
It's
a
just
quick
experience,
follow-up.
Yes, Representative, please.
So, Commissioner, then, in reading between the lines of what you said, fair answer. The support of this committee would probably assist the governor into making a wise choice.
I would hope so. I would certainly, ask and hope that this committee realizes that we have sort of been the stepchild of departments when it comes to our IT needs for decades. And that's nobody's fault outside of the department, but within the department, nobody to blame because you don't know what you don't know. And I think a lot of us assumed, erroneously so, that DOIT would see what our needs were and would put us in the queue for things. And since I've become more educated on things, I realize that's not how it happens. It's sort of like being your own advocate with your doctor. That's what you have to be. And unfortunately, we were not very good advocates for our needs.
Any other questions? Representative Blackus?
Thank you. Just a clarification. There was a implication that this system would, among other things, replace the weights and measures one. Is that correct?
It is. The numbers have been developed that way. Yes. That it is included. It is included in here. It looks like there's, it's a fairly expensive part. The rest of what is out there may be more off the shelf. Mr. Bentley can speak better to those issues than I can. He developed the numbers, understanding the needs, and believe me, I am no IT person.
Yeah, just quick follow-up.
Follow up?
Yeah, it just, my concern was whether this bill and this, the cost here did include weights and measures, and I'm glad to hear that it does. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Afternoon.
So, if I understand correctly, this is an early bill?
Yes.
Okay, so our call here is to make the policy decision. The financial side will be determined if it passes the House on our recommendation as to policy, that the Finance Committee will have a go at it to consider and determine the financial end of things, and to some degree maybe in Ways and Means, because it certainly will be revenue raising in some fashion. So if I recall correctly, when I served on Environment and Agriculture Committee 17 years ago, agriculture in those days represented about 1/5 of the New Hampshire economy. Would you say that it is likely comparable in this day and age?
You know, I
17 years.
really don't want to comment on that because I honestly don't know. When you take all of agriculture as a whole, it's a large sector. But I didn't come here with any of those numbers prepared, and I'm not sure that there are any that are up to date at the moment, but it certainly does have a large impact.
Well, what my follow-up question, if I may, Madam Chair, would be, in any case, it's a significant part of the New Hampshire economy, and it's not functioning as well. Your department is not functioning as well as it could if it were in the 2000s instead of in the 1980s. And therefore, would it not be your request that the policy committee weigh in favor of this bill? You're here in support, I take it.
I am in 100% agreement with your statements, Representative Smith.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I couldn't have stated that better.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question for the chair. Well, I look at this bill and it deals with electronic licensing, certification, and registration. I don't believe it's the licensing, registration, and certification that this committee generally deals with, correct?
That's correct. If I had looked at this more closely, we might have tried to vacate it directly to finance because, I mean, from a policy point of view, it's not necessarily our, well, I don't know, we do license weights and measures inspectors, which is apparently the largest part of this project, but that's a.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's. So, yeah, and really, Representative Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick one, and thank you, Commissioner, for taking my question. So when we talk about the portion of the economy that's farm labor, and I understand you can't give numbers, then we talk about weights and measures. Weights and measures also covers like firewood and lumber, is that correct?
Yes, and thank you. You make an excellent point because this is more than agriculture, because when you look at pesticides, I shouldn't say most, but thousands and thousands of homeowners are involved in that by hiring companies to come in, treat their lawns, take care of insects. That's outside of the traditional agriculture, and we service all those people and license all of those products. Same is true of weights and measures. Virtually every single thing that is sold by a weight or measure, from firewood to the beer in your refrigerator, we have oversight on. I thought you'd like that, Representative O'Brien. So, you know, those are the things that we have oversight on. We've been dealing with a candy company who was not taking off the weight of the lollipop sticks and wrappers known as tear. So even your lollipops, you know, we're dealing with that and protecting you from having to pay for those paper wrappers and weights and measures. Anything like that. It's always amazing to people when they find out what we actually are in charge of overseeing just what a large footprint we have in the state of New Hampshire. You virtually, of course, the gas pumps. There is virtually nothing that you probably do in a week, or you probably can't go a week without buying something that we're not in charge of, because food in the grocery store by volume, all of those things. So we have a very large footprint.
Okay. Other questions? All right, yeah, I'd like to mention to the committee that, as Representative Goley pointed out, this is not our usual type of licensing, but, I mean, and the cost, basically, they're covering it from the existing fees, so we shouldn't worry too much whether it's 100,000 or 300,000 or 500,000, because you have enough to cover it. All right, anyone else? None? Okay. Mr. Bentley, please.
Hello.
Good morning, good afternoon. Please introduce yourself and
Hi.
tell us about
Yes,
it.
I'm sorry. This is my first time here. I'm new with the state. My name is Joe Bentley. I work for Department of Information Technology, and I actually sit with agriculture. So I've spent the last 7 months learning as much as I can about them and whatnot. I just realized as well that my hearing's not so good, so apologize for that.
Okay. All right. Yes.
Apologize to Mr. Bentley and to you. He really is here more
to
answer your questions than to testify. So I
Oh.
apologize.
Okay. All right, thank you. Are there any questions? I think we wore ourselves out on the commissioner, so you're off the hook. Seeing none, I thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
your time. And is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 230? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. All right. All right, if we were to go into executive session, would anyone have a motion? Representative Gould.
I've never made a motion, Madam Chair. This will be my first, so forgive me if my form is improper, but I'd like to move this bill as ought to pass.
Thank you. That's exactly the right format. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative O'Brien seconds. Okay. Who's Goley? Oh, excuse me. Gentlemen, please. It'll be fire hoses at 30 paces otherwise. Representative Gould, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As an organic farmer and coming from Warner, where we have, in Warner and Bradford in our district, there are a lot of organic farmers, young farmers who are working really hard. And being the wife of a logger, I really appreciate the need for us to pay attention to what the Department of Agriculture needs. And I feel that the organic farmers waiting for certification for organic status, those kind of matters are much more important than data entry. So I'm really happy to see this bill and happy to move for ought to pass.
Thank you. Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. After listening to the testimony and hearing about the antiquated system that they have over there and the dire need for an upgrade, I think this is money well spent, and seeing that it will be at no cost and it's going to be used by money that the department is already generating. I think this is a wise investment.
All right. Does anyone else have a comment, question? Representative Lekis?
I guess my only editorial one is I don't consider it no cost. I mean, the money's coming in, it's going in the general fund, so it can be used for something, and if it's spent on this, it can't be spent on something else, but I will be voting for this. So.
You're totally correct. Okay, any other? Representative Dolan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I still, I'm a little concerned that an expenditure of this amount is not in the budget and has not been vetted by any of our colleagues in terms of co-sponsoring.
Well, this is an early bill and it is going to finance, and I can assure you they will vet every dollar in the cost of the software.
Thank you.
Representative Schmidt? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Representative Dolan, as I pointed out, we are the policy committee, not the finance committee. Our charge is whether this is a wise step for the state to take. Not, the money is not our business. That's what the finance committee will decide if and when the bill passes the House. So I invite, in case you have not been over there, go across the street and walk into the Department of Agriculture. Welcome to the 1800s. Okay, they are behind the times with regard to technology, and when I was on the finance committee, the agriculture committee 17 years ago, I had the opportunity to tour a number of farms, specialty farms, and so forth. Agriculture is holding its own in the state of New Hampshire. We're not growing corn. That's for Iowa and Illinois and the Midwest. But we are producing a lot of specialty goods, and I don't think that the percentage of the economy of the state of New Hampshire that was represented 17 years ago, which was about a fifth of the economy, has declined substantially. And it could be doing a lot better if the department could get out of the 1800s. So I will be enthusiastically supporting this bill.
Yes,
Thank you.
and Representative Dolan, it's not exactly true that money is not our concern. Our concern should be that the money is reasonable for the type of thing that we're doing. We don't need to worry whether it's 300,000 or 400,000. We need to say it's significantly less than the amount of fees they bring in, and it requires no additional staff. And then we'll let the finance committee sweat the details of whether what the price is. But the previous bill, we looked at the cost and said that is a massive amount of manpower that we don't want to ask the state to spend. Whereas in this case, it's not. So that's the difference. Any other comments? Representative Schuett? Yes, there you are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be voting for this, particularly with an appreciation for the commissioner's comments about fears of putting something like this in the budget. Those of us who have been around a while know that anything that goes in the budget is subject to the whims of a committee of conference. And sometimes very important things get cut out when deals are cut, when the final budget is established by that committee of conference. So I can appreciate what the commissioner was saying and hoping that this can go through as a standalone bill. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Okay, seeing none, the motion is ought to pass by Representative Gould, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santino Sasso.
Yes.
Representative True.
Yes.
Representative Dolan.
Yes.
Representative Aber.
Yes.
Representative Gerhard.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
18 yea, 0 nay.
Okay. Thank you very much. The motion passes 18-0. Are there any objections to consent? Okay, seeing none, we will put it on consent, and thank you for. Yes, you're right. It can't go on consent because of the fiscal note. Thank you for reminding me of that. Okay. All right. Thank you all for coming. We will resume 10 o'clock tomorrow with our, after completing software day.